All right. Happy Wednesday. Where am I? All right. We are back in Create Arcane Engineering today. Last time we streamed this, we got this machine built, which is able to make the kinetic mechanisms. It is not fully wired into the Rest of the system, though. We need something over here that's going to be able to make, here, let me find the recipe. Yeah, so we need to be able to make the Menril slabs automatically. And then we also are going to need to feed in andesite alloy, which we still don't have fully automated either. So those are the things I want to work on first today. Once we have kinetic mechanisms fully automated, we basically have unlimited access to all the basic create machines. And with those, we can go into the magic chapter and get to runic tablets. Once we have runic tablets, there's a bunch of stuff we can do. But the one I'm excited about is this recipe here, which just, like, gives us blaze burners. And I noticed that with a blaze burner, we can make steel. Is it the thermal steel that's in blaze burners? Yeah, here we go. 3 iron ingots and a coal or a charcoal into 3 ingots of steel. And then that we can make into steel tools in Tinkers. And we can start getting into the Tinkers tools a little bit and move away from our iron tools that we've been letting wear out all the time as we work through them. So that's the goal for today. We'll see how far we get on that. I think once we get this part fully automated and hooked up, we're going to be in a much better place for, like, everything else we want to do. But we're going to start, I think. We're going to take that off, and we're going to put that on. And what we want to do here is I need some random dirt blocks or something to act as scaffolding. Dirt. We need to pull out the different items that we're going to need. So we put one of those there. There. Hook that up with a belt. And then right here, we can pull off the Menril logs. So this one needs to be filtered to logs. So we'll just grab, actually, we can just grab all the logs, can't we? And let me grab, just in case that gets fully emptied. Not that it should get fully emptied, but let me grab the... That's so weird. I still haven't figured out what's up with that bug. Alright, this is locked now, so this will only accept logs ever. And that was exactly the opposite of what I wanted to do. There we go. So that'll pull logs into itself. And then the logs need to come out. And I'm going to take this down and I'm going to rotate it just so I can, yeah, there we go. That way we can always see what's on it. So we're going to pull logs out of here, and then they need to be sawed automatically. And if we look at the create recipes, first they get stripped, and then the stripped logs turn into planks, and then the planks turn into the slabs. So We need 3 saws to do the right thing, which I think we can make. We have a saw blade, so we need to make a couple more saw blades, and I think that's fine. Do I have... I do not have any iron ingots here. Alright, let's get some iron ingots then. Do I have any currently in here? 2. What do we need for a saw blade? And we need to make 2 of these. So we need 12 iron and 2 copper. Do I have ingots, like, somewhere else? Did I put them somewhere? Or am I just out of ingots everywhere? Well, okay, I'm out of ingots. I have ore. So we're going to have to get some ore going. At any rate, we can keep on with the building here. So we're going to have 1, 2... Let's actually give ourselves a little bit more room here. So we're going to have 3 saws. And then, you know what? Let's give ourselves lots of room. Let's do the saws at this end. So that'll feed into there. This will be for the planks. We're going to have 1, 2, 3 saws. And this way, if I want to, like, split off the Menril logs to go do any other processing, we have, you know, some length of conveyor belt that we can fork off of. That's all I'm thinking of here. So then this is stripped, planks, thingies, and then we're good. Cool. Also need to think about how we're gonna power all this. This... I think all of this can go... Well, yeah. For now, this can go away. Because we're not gonna be using, well, we do need to figure out, like, how we're routing in the andesite alloy, but, like, this was a placeholder, so I knew that that's where the andesite alloy went in. And I think saws are weird. I think saws you have to connect, like, in the opposite direction from everything else. So we're going to have to figure out how we're doing the saws and getting their power. I should really set up, like, a redstone clock so that I can just, like, feed this thing and have it make... ingots automatically. Alright, 12 iron. We still need 2 copper. And for the saws, we're going to need to make some... Here, let's just do this. This feels silly to do, but I think it's what I need to do. We're going to need all these as andesite machines. Come on. Let me sleep. There it goes. All right, I think that's all the iron. Oh, I already had a bunch of copper in there. Oops. Two more saw blades. We have one in here already, and we combine the saw blades with the machines to get our 3 mechanical saws. Okay. We're making progress here. Where's my shovel? Excuse me? I don't know where I put my shovel. That's unfortunate. Anyway, we'll find it in a minute. But yeah, you can see the saws here are up, and these have to spin against the direction of travel. So, like, this is coming through one way. These guys spin the other way, and then it's going through forward again. So we're going to have to figure that out with some gearboxes. So, how are we doing with create stuff? Not great. All right, let's grab some wood. Oh, I have so much wood. Excellent. And we should be able to make ourselves one gearbox. Do I have any more gearboxes? No. All right, so we're gonna have to make ourselves more gearboxes, and I'm also gonna have to make myself a lot more andesite casings. So that's another stack of logs. This is something we're gonna want to automate as well as the andesite casings, because they take a while. But they will be automated in the future, not right now. Now, let me make... We're just going to make a heap of gears. And we're going to turn those into a bunch of gearboxes. And then the other thing we're going to do is make a heap of nuggets. And we're going to turn those into a bunch of gear shift or chain drives. There we go. And hopefully with the two of these, we have everything we need to get all of this hooked up right. So chain drives there, gearbox is there, and then here again. And is this done? Is this officially just making the planks? That is officially just making the planks. You have a shaft in you. Give me that shaft back, please. All right, yeah, the whole thing should be stalled. Lock the drawer, not that it should matter. Okay, so that's the mineral planks. That did not take us too long to get running. The other thing that we need to feed into this machine, though, is the andesite alloy, and that is going to be a little bit more work. We also still have, like, the other half of this machine, which is turning the mineral shrubs back into mineral saplings that we can plant. And we will solve that problem in a little bit. We don't need to do that right now. We need to work on andesite alloy. So the andesite alloy, we looked at this last week, is crystallized mineral chunks and andesite. We get the chunks from sawing a block of mineral, and we get the block of mineral from pumping mineral resin into a drying basin, basically. So, if we grab our drying basin, which apparently uses an axe, and what I should hopefully be able to do with this is I need a couple of create parts, I need a pump, and I need some pipes. We're going to pump out and we will have potentially more of these feeding out as well. And then this pipe will feed into the drying basin. My inventory is already a mess and we just started. That is a bad sign. So if I get this pump going, which I should be able to do, let's just, like, grab a cog here. Not like that. Grab a cog here. And I need more shafts. Oh, this end is leaking, but that'll get a bucket, and then it should just dry. Yes. Yes. Okay. Excellent, excellent, excellent. And then that... honestly, I want this to be higher up. So we're not putting all of our stuff, like, underground. Yeah, let's get pipes up, like, maybe up to this level, which I know feels high, but my thought process is we're going to have an output here, and then we're going to need some scaffolding here, because this has to go, like, across this to get over to where we're making the andesite for the andesite alloy. So I'm like, if we just kind of come, like, here, it goes over this build. Right? And then a couple more gearboxes. Please be going the right way. It's going the right way! Yeah! Cool. That is now going to be spitting out, not very fast, mind you, but slowly but surely, cubes of mineral. Then we need to saw that and feed it into a basin. And then the other side of that basin needs to be coming from our andesite farm down here. So I need to make another saw, which is cool because I used all my iron to make... I used all my iron to make encased chain drives. That's the word I was looking for. Why do I have a brass sheet? I made this for something when I was doing stuff in between sessions. Oh! It upgrades my backpack. Yeah, let's just do that. That's a nice, easy thing to do. Brass backpack. Yeah, that is a much more useful size of backpack. I should really set up a redstone clock and just set this up so that it, like, automatically can melt and cast all my ingots for me. But honestly, at some point, I'm going to make an iron farm, and then I won't care about being efficient with my ores anymore. So that's probably the better thing to think about, is that very soon iron will not be even something we have to think about. I only needed one of these, huh? Oh well. And then, once again, a saw blade. Oh, this is just throwing stuff off the... Yeah, that'll happen. There it is. Saw blade. And as before, I think we just kind of do that. Let me see if I can fix this saw blade so it's not rendering so badly. If I just put it in place... Nope, it just doesn't like being there. That is not what I meant to do. But these should now all end up as mineral chunks. Cool. Progress is being made. These now feed... like so. And I need them to feed into a basin. Or a mixer bowl, whatever it's called. Am I out of andesite alloy? Did I use all of my andesite alloy? Apparently the answer is yes, I used all my andesite alloy. Fortunately, we just made 45 Menril, so that can go in that casting basin. We'll make one more batch by hand. Bop. Yeah, I want this to come down to ground level, I think. The only reason this saw is high, and maybe I should do down to ground level first. And then saw it, and then... Nah, this is fine. Oh, it ended up in my offhand. I'm an idiot. Well, I have plenty of andesite alloy. That's what matters. Basin. Right here. And I think... Ooh, let me take all this. I drop this. Does this go in? Yes. All right. That's what I thought. Oh, but I actually might want to do it higher after all. So I think if I do it at this level... Does this work correctly? Yeah, the basin can automatically output onto this. Yeah, that's what we want to do. And then we can run that into there. Our outputs come through here. Now we try to see if we got lucky with being able to hook up all of our... Nope, that's backwards. So close, and yet so far. Also backwards. Darn it. Oh, these are going the right way. Yeah, let's just, let's just do that. It's not pretty, but it works. No. Recipe is that. The Menril goes in. Along with some andesite. Oh, we should really put a thing in the middle of this, shouldn't we? Just so we can, if we need to, buffer it. Yeah. Nice. Conveyor just runs underneath it. Buffer added to the middle. Oh, does that mean I could do that here as well? It probably does. Ooh, yeah. I like that. Okay, let's, I still don't have a shovel. But if we run this belt all the way across here... It just, it saves us a few pieces of, a few connectors. Keeps the whole thing just a touch cleaner. Alright, so this all does still need to... Oh yeah, and these should be the same piece as well. Alright, so I think I can then just do a couple of encased chain drives here. And everything should turn back on correctly? Yes. Cool. So this will very, very rarely spit out a block of Menril resin, and we are going to need more arboreal extractors. But that'll pull through into this block. I need to make another mixer. Oh, I have a whisk. Okay, and I have one more andesite machine. Ooh. Are we gonna have exactly what we need? That so rarely happens. And then the mixer does need to move faster than like our base rotation speed. You can see I have this one on a gear. So I will get that hooked up. I need to make a large cog wheel for that, which I don't think I have in my inventory right now. No. Get some planks and shafts and large cogwheel. And that just hooks up to the mixer directly with, I mean, I guess just a vertical gearbox and a shaft. Like, we don't have to get fancy with this. Overstressed, that's fine. We can add another water wheel. Should probably add 2. They're small. And you know what? While I'm thinking about it, let's, God, I keep doing that. Let's cast out one more iron ingot, and I need to make myself a new shovel. I've been running around without a shovel, and it's stupid. Oh, I have another stick. Okay. 2 sticks and a shovel. Oh, no, that's the same stick. I'm so used to the Tinker's crafting table that holds the stuff in it. Shovel. And somewhere I have a bucket in my inventory. Oh, and I need to actually make the water wheels. So, a water wheel is, if I just grab a stack of birch logs. There we go. Now we have scaling opportunities. But let's plan to hook 4 of these guys up. Whoops. I should really set up a water source, like, over here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's set up a water source over here so that when I'm growing the water wheels, I have a water source right next to where I'm going to be. I think that's source blocks all the way along now. We may as well hook up the other 2 that we made. No sense waiting. All right. That is a lot more SU. That should make our lives easier. And we're now making... It's working. That chicken just wandered onto a saw blade, which... Oh no, come back! No! The chicken doesn't belong in there. That's not how you do that either. All right. So now, I need to get the andesite out of this machine and feed it up to this thing. I think we do that with... All right, we need to go, I think, down one more layer. Just because of where that... yeah, where this ended up being. And then my inventory is a disaster again. But we'll have... Okay, game, I'm literally clicking on this face. There we go. Like that, and then this one will have to come through like that, and then we'll have one that comes all the way up like that. Grab the belts. There. 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 So now it's just a matter of getting everything powered, as is always the case. All right, let me go deal with some of this inventory situation. I can't cope right now. This is too much of a mess. Get rid of some dirt. Coal goes in here. I don't need this pump right now. Andesite alloy, actually. Here, we can just throw into the andesite alloy buffer, can't we? Why can I not put these in? Is this not andesite alloy? Am I losing my mind? Okay, it's working now. I wonder if that's the, like, stuff that has been in my offhand gets tagged weird. Like, these torches don't stack because some of them were in my offhand. But if I throw them on the ground, they're fine again. I've not figured out what's up with that. All right. This is just a couple of encased chain drives. And then up top, not encased chain drives, because these need to be Please work. And it's backwards. So instead what we do is we put them here and here with a shaft in between. There we go. And then this feeds that way. With one more funnel pulling out. And that is andesite. And I believe that's it. I think we are, assuming nothing weird has ended up in this box. Let me sleep again, because it's getting very dark. I think that is andesite alloy fully automated. It's not good, but it is automated. The main thing that's not good is we're not getting very much mineral resin very quickly. So I do want to get more of these mineral trees set up here. At the very least, we can hook up the second one. So yeah, let's make another arboreal extractor, and let's hook up another. What is an arboreal extractor? An andesite machine and a bucket. All right. And if I want an andesite machine, everything's terrible, actually. Gonna steal the andesite alloy from this for now, because we're still not buffering andesite. I just need to put down... And we will make a few more machines. And then we can do an arboreal extractor. And let's put away some create components that I'm not currently using. I'm gonna need the pump and the pipe. Birch bark is all just compost. I should automate this composter. That's not a hard thing to do. Feather. Over in food, we can throw this chicken. We can throw in seeds. What else is in my inventory that shouldn't be? Some cobblestone. These mineral logs I can put into the mineral log storage. And I didn't make a... I need more gears. Okay. Or cogs, rather. Planks. So 8 shafts, birch planks, cogs. Cog goes between the two of these guys. And there we go. So that should double our mineral resin production for trying to make... I should stop doing that, because that hurts. Yeah, so it's going to be slow, and right now pretty much all of it is going to end up going to mechanisms, but this is our andesite alloy. What's going on here? Oh, that's... One, some alloy that snuck through, but two, this guy needs a... Ah, yeah, I should set up a hopper full of saws. That's, that is a thing. What does this need? 2 iron ingots and a plank. Alright, let's get some iron going. And I will make a few extra saws for that system. And if I just attach a hopper to that, I should be able to just throw saws in the hopper, and it'll keep it. Four saws, and then what's a hopper? 5 more ingots. All right. And yes, I do know how to make a hopper. I never trust that any given mod pack hasn't messed with the recipe. So, I haven't made one yet in this mod pack, so I wanted to double check. Alright, 1 hopper. What did I just pick up? Andesite out. Oh! I'm an idiot. Do I need this top one here, or do they stop? They do stop here. Alright, that's what we want. Now, I should be able to put this hopper on. And put the saws in it. Yes. Here, let's turn this off. Because I've got one of these that's been mostly processed that I'm going to need to... let get finished. Now we should be able to put this back in place. And these should run. And what we should see is that, yeah, as they use andesite alloy, it'll get pulled off of this belt and into their inventories. And yeah, it all goes to the first one because this funnel is pulling out at the same rate as this funnel. When I have brass funnels, I can adjust that. The other thing we could potentially do is just make, like, this belt twice as fast as this belt, so that we get the 2-to-1 ratio that way. You know, that's not the worst idea. Let's see if we can do that without too much horribleness. So that's a cog. We're going to make a large cog wheel. So yeah, we want everything up here to be running. That's not what I wanted. I wanted the cog. Or the shaft, not the whole everything. Alright, let's, we do that there, and you there, and there. That's backwards. Which means instead we want to do like a shaft there and these here. Alright. So now, it's going to take a second because this one has to like refill. But the andesite alloy is moving twice as fast as the andesite alloy should be coming out twice as fast as the slabs, which means that, yeah, this is about to fill up. And then they'll start to go past it, and it'll be able to buffer the other one a little bit. Although the other one should now just be basically staying flat, because every other one should go to, yeah. All right. So that is working. We obviously need more. Like I said, we're going to need more. We're going to want to pump more Menril in here. We're going to want to make andesite alloy faster, because we're pretty much out of it again already. So the next step then is going to be what? We need to get... Well, I need more saplings, and I also am going to eventually need this to be running fully automated. And either way, I think that means that the next thing to do is to work on cleaning up the Menril saplings and Menril shrubs. So we open our create. We only have one more andesite funnel. Cool. Let's make ourselves some more andesite casings. Because we're going to want to make more funnels. And the casings, before they're funnels, need some of those. Some of those. Now we can cut these down into funnels. There we go. Because we're going to have to sort out some other bits and pieces that are going to have to come out on this side of this belt. So we've got... Oh, we've got an ad break. So I'm going to go ahead and let the ad break run, and when we come back, we'll start working on figuring out how to rejuvenate the Menril shrubs and get our Menril set up like fully automated, which will be super cool. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back. All right, so we are working on not dying. We're working on taking the output of, this is going to be our Menril tree farm, and sorting out everything. We've already got the Menril logs going to turn into our kinetic mechanisms. So now we need to take the Menril shrubs, and probably the berries, and turn those into Menril saplings. If we look at the processing chain from the Menril shrub, we see that we need to do a washing step to turn that into a rejuvenated shrub. And then we mix the rejuvenated shrub with berries to make the saplings. So this is actually nice and easy. I think that means that I want the first thing we pull off here. Whoops. That's not a drawer. That's a drawer. I think that means the first thing we want to pull off here is going to be the berries. And those will... Oh, can you not have two facing? Okay. Fine, game. I'll do it right. Like that. And that needs to go the other way. So we'll pull the berries into here. The berries are going to go... Yeah, right now all of my andesite alloy is going into this build. Maybe we should do this for now so that we can accumulate a little bit of andesite alloy. Because it's all kind of coming into this. Yeah. I'm running out of andesite alloy, and I'm going to need it for other things, so let's not get too carried away with making kinetic mechanisms. Oh, and that is something I think we can sometimes just get Menril chunks from this process as well, so we're going to want to feed those out of this and into... Actually, right into here. So we'll do that as we get the rest of the outputs from this build. Alright, so this is Menril berries, and it needs to be locked, and these mechanisms need to go away. Let me clean up my inventory again, because as always, we're losing the plot here. Right. So the Menril berries need to come out, and they are going to get fed, like, directly into a basin. And the other side of this basin needs to be from the... This is going to be the shrubs. Which also needs to be locked. And then this needs to get washed. This is where it's going to be fun. Yeah, so we're going to set up, I guess we're going to set up a fan across, like, here. And then we're going to have another filtered thing here. Can I do this smarter? I feel like the answer is yes, and I feel like that means that I want these to be one further along. All right. So this will wash on the way by. And then... Can I make this a lot shorter, actually? Like that short, even? Because now, what I'm thinking is... We're still going to have a fan here to wash this, right? But I think it can wash, like, directly on this spot. So we'll wash the Menril shrubs to make the rejuvenated Menril shrubs in here. And then the rejuvenated Menril shrubs run right across here into the same basin here. That's nice and compact. I like that. We are going to need another basin. We are going to need some more funnels. Basin. Funnel. Let's see. Can we get this hooked up? I don't have a gearbox. I'm really looking forward to when I can craft things like gearboxes in just, like, huge quantities. Which is soon. We're gonna be to the point where most of the fundamental create things are basically free very soon. Alright, let's see about getting power into this whole system. If I put that there, is this spinning the right way? Of course not, but another gearbox does the trick. So that'll be the output from this thing. And then... Once again, it's backwards, because of course it is. There we go. There we go there. And then one of these inside corners will work correctly. Don't know which one. Oh, but I just used all my gearboxes because I needed 4 of them here. Alright, one more gearbox. Gearbox and 4 of those. Oh, that's a problem. This is dumping stuff everywhere, which means that it's very full. All right, we need to take care of this, and to do that, we're going to need to make some void upgrades, so we'll be thinking about that momentarily. But let's do this corner. There we go. Yes, but no. Close, but no cigar. So the other thing we're going to need to do is get the washer set up. So I need to make myself a fan. Another encased fan. I don't think I have fan blade. No, I don't. So a propeller is just 4 iron sheets. All right, we should be able to cast out 4 iron sheets easily enough. We're gonna try to clean up our inventory a little bit as we go, but probably not very successfully. All of these planks and logs need to just be like... Here, we're gonna... Stop. Just stop. So basically I need to take this machine, all of this out, and I need to set up exactly the same like filtering that I'm doing here, where we like pull the whole thing along to the end and then pull out all the different things that can be created. And then anything that makes it all the way to the end, we just, we're just going to void. We're going to have a block of lava at the end. But we're not quite there yet. So... what was I doing? Oh, I was making iron plates... Iron, 1, 2, 3, 4. So these guys, and I already have an andesite alloy in my inventory. No, I don't. I put it away. Bonk these. Oh, and I am accumulating a little bit of andesite alloy, which is great to see. Which I still cannot merge? How are these different? How does this happen? What if I throw these in the machine? No, they don't come out. Well, I don't know. I'm confused. But we do have our 4 iron sheets, which will make us a propeller, which we will combine with an andesite machine. There we go. There we go. We're also going to need a bucket. I turned my bucket into another tree extractor, didn't I? So we need to make... We need to make another bucket. Oop. The fan, though, we can start to get some of the bits and pieces of this actually put in place. The fan will go here. Blowing that way. We will have... I think this is spinning in the right direction, so I think I just need a couple of... case chain drives. And the rest of our bucket. Bucket. Bucket here. And then this is going to spill everywhere. There we go. That should do the trick. It's not the prettiest, but... cool. So those are going to get washed. Now, if we put the shrubs in here and find the funnels that I apparently put away... come out, they're going to get washed. Makes a rejuvenated Menril shrub, which, oops. Rejuvenated Menril shrub. This is a mess. Okay, 1 second. Let me sleep because it's getting dark, and then I'll figure out what the heck I'm doing over there. I think I need to, probably pick up the water temporarily until I get this. Or just change which way this, drawer is facing, which I think is the better option. Rejuvenated Menril shrub. We can lock that now. Then we're allowed to output it. Now that this is locked, we can input here. But again, let's pick up the water. Let's pick up this. Let's pick up that to turn it off. Pick up everything on here. Now, we have our input, our output there. And the shrubs should come in here, get washed, and then get absorbed into the... oh, not if I don't put water back in place. There we go. And yes, I can see the particle effects, so the shrub is getting washed. And then they move through. Okay. That is progress. And then the next step, I believe, is just a normal mixer. Yes. So we need to make ourselves another mixer. Awesome. What does a whisk need? 5 iron sheets. Ouch. Do I have 5 ingots? I have exactly 5 ingots. All right. And those go with, well, no, first they need to be bonked. Let's bonk them. And then, uh-oh. Oh, no. Apparently X is bound to, like, move stuff into containers. Oh, dear. I just did a bad, didn't I? I don't know, like, what I'm gonna have scattered around in horrible places now. Fortunately, I don't have that many, like, random containers around, but, like... Oh, look, a shovel. That's probably been there forever. Why am I picking up cobblestone here? That's weird. Doesn't matter. Iron sheets. Make a whisk. Combine with andesite machine. Mixer. Gonna need cogs of both the small and large variety. The small and large variety. Oh, I shouldn't actually need a small cog. I should just need the large cog, right? Because, like, we do that. And then... large cog... shaft. And then we just need a gearbox here. We shouldn't need these anymore. Yeah, we don't need... well... maybe we do want to be blocking that. I don't think it matters if it washes the mineral berries, but yeah. All right, we need to make another gearbox, and then I think that has the mineral saplings made. And then we're just going to have to figure out also getting mineral saplings back. Back. There's a couple more things to filter for, is what I'm trying to say. That we're not quite done with on, like, the main outputs of this thing, but we are really close to being done. All right. So that's going to spit out mineral saplings. We want to filter our output here for mineral saplings. We're also going to need to pull mineral saplings out of this system somewhere and, like, merge them. So I guess it goes like here. Mineral saplings. locked. There we go. And this guy is going to pull them input, not an output. That goes up and over here. It needs to merge with the ones from here somehow. And I'm not quite sure how I want to do that. Well, this... I do this... That... Will this output here? This does output. Okay. Then I guess that's how I'm doing it. Because that can output as well. Yeah. And then I can get myself completely trapped. I don't like this. I think we actually want to go forward a little bit first. Honestly, what's the most tempting is that I just want to pull this, like, across here, and then down so that they both feed into, like, the same... another drawer, right? That's gonna be, like... I guess here would be sapling drawer number 2. Although, actually, what I should do instead is a tunnel. So yeah, this comes up here, and then hooks up to tunnel. I am struggling today. Belt. Tunnel? Oh, the belt probably has to go, like, under it, huh? Okay, so we do still want to go, like, forward. Now can I attach a tunnel? I can. All right. Beautiful. And then the other input of this is going to be here. So this spits out and then feeds a couple more belts. It is too dark. All I'm trying to do here is merge the... You know what? I've got a... Do I have a better idea? I may have a better idea. Can I get this? Yes. Yes, I think I can. Okay. So we're back to the... Go vertical right away. And I want it to come up to... Here. Here? Is that right? Yeah. Oh, except I want it one higher. Okay, never mind. This isn't going to work. I'm trying to think if I can route this output instead of to merging them here. Can I route this output to... Yeah, I can. I'm just being stupid. So this goes up to there. And that'll take the output of these saplings. And then they will go on a magical journey. Via a chute. Because you can shoot off of belts. So if I put this chute here... And we'll block off the end of the belt there. Now all I need to do is bop, 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 bop. And the output of that will now merge into the saplings that we get from... Any saplings that we get normally that don't have to be rejuvenated first. So now I just have to figure out how we're powering this abomination. So this looks like it comes right off of here. And there. And then... I'm almost certainly not lucky enough, am I? No. That would be too easy. Do I have nothing? Yeah, everything's moving in the other direction. I really don't have anything going in the right direction for this, do I? I mean, I guess what I can do is pull this out like that. On the other side. And that'll pull the saplings down. And they'll end up in the sapling machine. There we go. So now, I need to make 4 brass hands, and I need to figure out how we're routing all of these saplings. But this is progress. I think, though, since we're no longer going to merge everything, I don't need any of this stuff. And we don't need that outputting either. I am kind of shocked that this spaghetti mess is actually working, but maybe I shouldn't be. So the next thing I need is I need 4 brass hands. And I only have 3 andesite machines. So, oh, fortunately, we have plenty of those guys. I might need more andesite casings, though. Yes. All right, let's do some more andesite casings. I guess for a machine, I only need one. Because we need 4 brass hands, which means we need 4 andesite machines. Kinetic mechanisms, machine. And for brass hands, each of these needs 4 brass sheets, so we need 16 sheets. Am I out of zinc? Oh no, there we go. I was concerned for a moment there that I had run out of zinc. And we can bonk all of these. And this is going to get us all of the brass hands we need. So we're going to put our deployers underground, all pointing upwards. And hopefully, if this works the way it worked when I was trying to test, we will be able to deploy upwards from each of these. And actually, I should start digging out underneath there, because something I didn't really think about with this is... Oh, we might be okay. All right. I was worried about... Because, like, we got a water wheel in here, right? That's spinning. And I think I might have to move the water wheel. Yeah, look at that. That's right where we need to be. So, yes, we do need to move the water wheel. So we're going to do that. Because at this layer, we need space to work with the brass hands and everything. And it is very dark in here. 1 second. And then we'll put the water wheel a little bit lower, out of the way of the rest of our contraption. Cool. That looks more or less reasonable. It is sleepy time again. Okay, we should have our sheets. Those all get turned into brass hands, and then andesite machines and hands turn into deployers. Now, under here, we're going to have to figure out... We've got two things to route, right? We have to route power, and we have to route... we have to route power, and we have to route SU. Or sorry, we have to route power, and we have to route... What am I trying to say? The saplings. So I think as far as sapling routing goes, that's just like 2 tunnels. And then each one will run like 2 of these guys. I think that's the easiest thing to do. So I want to do like... I'm going to need more funnels. But like we do something like that. And then... there. And then, like, here. And then we'd also have, like... But the problem with doing it this way is these guys are greedy, and this will suck up until it has a stack of saplings. And that's not what I want, actually. So I think what I need to do is pull everything a little further out so that I can drop in the tunnels to split everything. Right. That's why I said I wanted tunnels. So if we bring this a little further out... and then do it like so. Hook that up. And then there. And then we drop a tunnel. I think these round robin by default, the andesite tunnels. No, they work with stacks. Oh. Yeah, this isn't helpful. Alright. Yeah, we need brass tunnels to do what I'm trying to do. Alright, in that case, we are just going to have to basically route one big loop around the whole thing. And rely on overflow, unfortunately. Oh, there goes my shovel. Okay. Bop, bop. Bop, bop. Bop, bop. 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 Bop, bop. 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 bop, except not that far. I think there. And then there. And this is like our input, basically. There. And then each of these guys gets a funnel, which is easier to do before I put the belt in place. And I do still need one more funnel. And then they've all got to hook up to power, which is easier said than done. No, it's not. That's 2 vertical gearboxes and some encased chain drives, and then the whole thing hooks up to our main power. Yeah, I got a plan for how to do this. And that'll also hook up this thing, so this won't run on its own water wheel anymore, and that's fine. But let me go make myself a couple of gearboxes, and we'll get that that thing figured out. I am looking forward to having gearboxes automated, or at least having andesite casing automated. All right, yeah, I think with some gearboxes and some encased chain drives, I can get this whole thing set up nice and clean. So these shafts will come straight through here, and then these ones will go below with encased chain drives, doing that kind of deal for them. There. I think that's all of that hooked up. What's not hooked up yet, and we're going to pull these shafts out until we're done, is the... oh, well, one, I need to make one more funnel, right? Yeah. Let's do that before I forget. Funnels. And can I get to the front of this? Yes, I can. Now, I just need to get all of the belts hooked up right, which is easier said than done. This is our input belt. So this needs to keep going that way for a while. Let's, Yeah, I think this guy just comes all the way to the end. And then we'll do a... I think if we do a, what's it called? A chute here, we can just shoot right down onto a belt and then take everything straight out. So that's what I want to do. Is we'll shoot onto a belt and then push everything through here. So I'm going to need, what, 1, 2, 3 chutes to connect that? So 3 chutes is, did I see 2 sheets each? Oh, no. It makes 4 chutes. Okay. Do I have spares? Nope. I have used all my chutes. Let's get some more iron then. Oh, I have a raw rubber. Oops. My magnet must have, grabbed it at some point on the way by. Three iron ingots for a chute. All right, chutes. Which are going to come out... Whoops. Why is this halted? Oh. Oh, because that's... Oh, that's the inventory that all my stuff ended up in. That's why it halted. When I couldn't find all my stuff after the game said it put it in an inventory, that's the inventory. Menril berries. We've got a menril berry thingy here. Well, whatever. Shoots. Which should be sending berries down. So now we just have to figure out, like, power. And we're going to need to make a bunch more gearboxes for that. But we're going to start with hoping that this comes out in the right direction. Almost certainly doesn't. Oh, it does. Wow, that never happens. And then all the rest of these, we got to get hooked up. This is the wrong way. So I think we want one here. I need to make myself just like a big old stack of gearboxes, like half a dozen of them at least. Let's do 8. 8's a nice round number in Minecraft. And And that means I need 32 gears. Well, we're not making 32 gears. But we are making quite a few. Oh, I guess we are. We had enough. Cool. Stack of gearboxes. And it is ad break o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and let the ad run. And when we come back from that ad, we will continue working on getting this whole system hooked up. I mean, I think it's mostly going to be a matter of, at this point, just getting the right belts in the right places. So maybe we'll have this done before the ad actually starts. Maybe not, though. All right, yep, ad is running. We'll finish this when we return. Welcome back. Thanks for sticking around through the ad. We're just trying to wrap up the last of the automation down here. I think that's all of those belts. Yeah, all the saplings ended up in the first deployer, which is kind of what we knew was going to happen. But hopefully over time we will end up with extra saplings and they'll be able to turn on. So now I pretty much just have to connect the input here to... Am I out of shafts? Uh-oh. I'm out of shafts. Let's grab some andesite alloy. Make a couple of extra shafts. Okay. This should be all we need for this, to finish this build. So... one there, one there, one there. And if we hook this up here, everything turns on. The saw goes. The deployers deploy. I see them all poking up. Only this one can actually deploy right now because it has a sapling in it. Because it's the only one that has saplings. But as they grow, and as we end up with more saplings, eventually it'll overflow to the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. So I think if I go grab bone meal, and let's clean out our inventory again, because we've let the inventory get out of hand once more. Alright, bunch of bone meal, which is going to be useful. Mushroom, I guess, is food. Rubber should be in here. I don't know why I had rubber in my inventory. Alright, we're looking better. So now if we bone meal this guy, we should see a whole bunch of stuff start to happen. As all of the different products start getting pulled out. I don't think I accounted for how slow this was going to be. I mean, it's fine. It's not like the trees grow instantly. And then, yeah, we also have Menril chunks that are going to come out of this, which we're not currently pulling off. And that is going to be the next thing that needs to happen, is we need to pull off the crystallized Menril chunks right here. But everything else that comes out of this storage interface should end up going somewhere useful. The sticks we don't actually care about. I'm fine if we void the sticks, so that is something we'll need to think about. But the crystallized Menril chunks will go right into our andesite alloy production. So, these guys... Oh, I need belts. I need belts. I need funnels. And I'm gonna need another drawer. I might need to make more belts. I didn't realize I was getting so low in the belt department. So yeah, this comes out to here, and we place dirt here, we place drawer. We place crystallized Menril, and we lock the drawer. And then these go here, here to here. I think I caught the mute button in time. Apologies if not. That was an impressive sneeze. And then I fall into my water wheels. Perfect. Yeah, I just need a couple of encased chain drives, and then this crystallized mineral chunk will get pulled up and will augment our andesite alloy production. So, encased chain drives, I do still have a couple of them. Sweet. And then we should have gotten a couple of extra saplings out of that, right? Well, somehow we're still at exactly the same number, which is... And also, why is this stopped? Hello? Oh, this is all stopped. What did I do? I don't know how I did that. I don't know how I managed to pick up that specific, particular... but the hope is that I can bone meal this a few times, and we will eventually end up with an excess of saplings, right? But I do also need to deal with anything that comes to the far end of this and doesn't get picked up by any of the other filters. And that stuff will... well, it's going to fall into a block of lava, is what it's going to do. So... let's... Here, I have one more big water wheel. Let us take that water wheel and get it attached to the system so I can empty this bucket. And then we will, we will fill this bucket with lava, and we will set up our overflow item void. Because we're going to have sticks that come through here, and, like, potentially any of these drawers could overflow, right? So they will, they could all need a void, ultimately. Ow. What am I doing? Lava. And then in theory, the Menril tree farm is like, quote-unquote, done. It's just a matter of trying to get the... to get enough Menril saplings for the whole thing to, like, run continuously and, like, saturate all of those deployers. But we should be able to turn this back on now. And then at this end, let me just get some cobblestone, because cobblestone doesn't burn. And then we take off the end of this. And we drop it all in a pit. That's it. That is the overflow. What are the chances that I fall into this and void all of my items? I'm gonna say very nearly 100% at some point during this run. We will do that. I guess I could do that. That would protect me somewhat. If I put something on this that isn't in the system, is that going to go underneath? Nah, see, that can't fall through. So we need, like, one more layer if we want to put a roof on top. Which helps. Yeah, that should protect me from falling through. So yeah, now any sticks should just go all the way to the end and get voided. Any overflow from any of these will also go all the way to the end and get voided. I'm going to plant all of these by hand, just because I'm trying to help this thing empty, or trying to help this, trying to help us get more saplings sooner than later. So, hopefully with 3 of these, we get more than 3 shrubs. That's the, because I know it's going to take a while to end up at, like, 64, or really we need, like, 192 saplings buffered, which is annoying. That got 0 saplings. Yeah. I knew these were rare, but, like, that is less than ideal, isn't it? So this may not ultimately work right for what I was hoping for, which was that it would, you know, accumulate more saplings eventually. They might be too rare. I also may want to... Well, it doesn't matter. It only matters right now because I'm bone mealing these, but, like, normally this will loop around and, like... It's not like the system is slowed down that much by it having to empty the inventory slowly. But this is doing a great job. now that we are... I mean, we're going to run out of andesite alloy, right? This is still going to suck down all of our andesite alloy if given the opportunity. Which means... I think that just means we need more Menril, right? And, like... Yes, we can do that by hand. No, it's not fun. Oh, this poor contraption. Here, let's get ourselves a little bit more bone meal if we can. And I'm going to get a couple more arboreal extractors so we can increase our mineral rate, our mineral resin. How much did we get? 13? All right. Yeah, okay, and I could see here one of the things that the quest book, I think it was the quest book, warned me about, which is that sometimes you have to clear the enriched trees so that it can properly detect it as a tree. Just because of how the arboreal extractors work. How they detect trees. Is they look for a column of, like, identical logs with leaves on the top. So if your logs aren't identical, you're gonna have a bad time. Alright, well, we got 4 shrubs out of this loop, so... It's trying. We need 2 pumps. We need 2 arboreal extractors. Arboreal extractors are... made with... Probably should have done 8 of these instead of 4 of these, but that's okay. And then I'm also going to need a couple more buckets, which... Yes. Ish. 2 more buckets, and 2 more arboreal extractors. Alright, these ones did seem to detect that they're doing Menril. At least they turned blue. And then we're going to need some more pipes. Yeah, mineral resin. Beautiful. Is it just pipe and cog for a pump? Yes, I love Create. That recipe has no business being that simple. All right. A few more machines making resin is going to help our throughput. I mean, honestly, I could do a couple more even. How's Deployer down here? Holding on to 3 saplings? All right. It doesn't hurt to do more of these, right? Just because it's so slow producing the resin. And of course, we are out of... Yeah, I've got 2 more andesite machines, so, like, let's make 2 more buckets, and, get 2 more trees grown up. Which means 2 more pumps. These guys can go back in here. I'm assuming... Yeah, the second deployer is out of andesite alloy. Ooh, 6 mineral sapling. Okay. So it does seem like we are, perhaps, slowly accumulating saplings. Which is good to see. See if 2 bone meal's enough. We didn't get lucky. Alright, a couple more buckets is going to be a couple more extractors. Yay. Apparently I'm sitting on some crystallized mineral, which we should throw into the system. Ooh. Let me... Okay, it is still locked. Oop, and our tree grew. And I'm super hungry. So, extractor is not happy with this tree. Okay. Really? Still not happy? Oh, I saw an enriched. Oh, and the base one is enriched as well. That's definitely not going to work. Now, are you happy? Yes, now you're happy. So, pump, pipes, flip the pump, cogwheel. And we are now up to 5 of these guys. And I have no more bone meal, so. Do we get lucky? Do we get the one? No. Alright, well, this should, I mean, especially if I just wander away for a while, this system should figure itself out. Like, other than maybe needing more Menril trees for resin, and maybe needing more, you know, needing to wait for these saplings to fully figure themselves out and start looping correctly, so that all 4 of these positions can actually turn on. Like, this is pretty much... I cannot reach all these deployers. So we're gonna split it between the 2 that I can reach. Is this a mob farm, or did I light this up enough? I see a few different torches. I probably lit this up well enough that it's not a mob farm, right? We're gonna say that I lit it up well enough that it's not a mob farm, and we're gonna do that. And we're going to say that our Menril processing is done. I mean, it's not like done, but it's done. The next thing we need to do is we need to do basically the same thing for birch that we did for Menril. as far as like sorting all of the outputs and all that stuff. But to be honest, we have plenty of birch logs right now, so my inclination is to just leave this alone, and we can always turn the farm back on later. Like, yes, we do need to fix it, but for now, it is doing the job. Andesite should be down in the andesite drawer, I feel like. Oh yeah, between sessions I turned this off because it was like fully saturated. I need to put a void upgrade in this because we don't really have a way to do back pressure on this machine. You know, here to prevent stuff from backing up, we literally run everything off the end of the belt into lava. But down here for the andesite machine, there's no lava to run stuff off of, right? So we would want to just add a void upgrade there. But I don't think that is totally necessary just yet. Yeah, this all feels pretty good. Like, the Menril rejuvenation works, the overflow should be good. We're pushing as many crystallized chunks into here as possible. Somehow we got a stick. And I don't know why. Yeah, this all looks good. I think. I mean, right now, again, like, all the andesite alloy we make will go into this drawer until we get up to our 2048 of these things. Which we are 1/8 of the way to, by the way. And that is pretty much out of that. Is that the first saw? That's the second saw. Alright, that's something else to watch out for, is the saws. But if this runs out of saws, then the whole thing just backs up, right? So that's fine. The andesite farm could definitely use some love. I need to put a void upgrade in for back pressure. The birch farm is just turned off, because for now I don't care. Until we are able to start getting andesite alloy a lot faster, meaning until we have a lot more mineral resin coming through, I don't... Oh, speaking of, this tree grew. Let's see, is it... Cool. Love it when things just work. So we're up to 6 mineral trees. And we will, I'm sure, end up with more. Each of these makes, if we look in the arboreal extractor, doesn't tell me how long this recipe is, does it? It doesn't. Okay, but I think we're in pretty good shape here. Let's clean up our inventory, and then we need to figure out what our next goal is going to be. And the next goal is either brass, like mass-produced brass, for... Oh, rejuvenated shrub. Okay, cool. And apparently I've never held a bucket of Menril resin. Okay. Let's just turn off one of these pumps, and I can eventually do that. I can hold the bucket. And there and there. We'll get up to 8. We'll get up to 8 of them, and we'll say that that's enough for now. Which it isn't, but I have to stop somewhere. So as I was saying, we want to either go to create chapter 2, which is going to get us to precision mechanisms, or we can go to magic chapter 1, which gets us to runic tablets. I think getting to magic chapter 1 is going to make create chapter 2 a little bit easier, because runic tablets can be used for blaze burners. So that is kind of where I want to go, is magic chapter 1. During one of my off-camera mining expeditions, I did find 1 rune. Now 4 runes, because we got a couple from the quest. But we need to combine this with corundum. And I haven't found corundum. So I think we are gonna have to go hunting for corundum. So let's make a biome compass. Or a nature's compass, rather. Yeah. Let's get ourselves 4 iron ingots, and let's make a nature's compass. And hopefully, I don't know if there's a corundum biome specifically, but we should at least be able to look for, like, various cave biomes and go hunting for what we need there. And redstone. 1 redstone. 1, 2, 3, 4. Redstone. Compass. And then, did I void all of my trees because I'm an idiot? I think I did void all of my saplings because I'm an idiot. Which means, oh no, this has... That has plenty of saplings in it still. Alright, nature's compass. Alright, there's an andesite cave biome. 1,000 blocks in that is that a... Okay. I'm just making sure if we're going on an adventure that I have, like, what we need. So, lots of bread. I probably want a better sword than this random stone sword that I'm holding on to. Probably want new iron tools as well. Okay. Or copper tools, actually. Because I do have heaps of copper. And sticks. And... cool. Sword. Pickaxe. Shovel. That goes away. That goes away. I will keep my diamond pickaxe, just in case. I will take a bucket of water with me. I need to make more torches. We will make a heap of torches. We will keep a shield with us. We will not take anything else unnecessary. Bucket of water. Okay. I think that's everything. And since we're going 1,000 blocks across the ocean, we should make a boat. Boat has not changed. We make ourselves an upside-down helmet and use it to sail across the ocean. I think this is it. I think this is as good as we're going to get. And yeah, we're just going to be looking for whatever cave biomes we can come up with and see if we can find corundum. I chose the Sandicite Cave because it's not too far away and because there's actually, I get a thing for exploring an andesite cave biome somewhere. Visit biome andesite caves, and it gives me a bunch of extra andesite. Okay, it's not a huge reward because we have unlimited andesite, but you know what? We'll take it. Oh, is that a whole village over here as well? Look at that. I don't know if we care enough to try to loot this. I don't know if there's anything worth looting. To be entirely honest. I mean, I'll take the bread. That looks like a pneumatic craft house. Yeah, there's probably nothing in here that we want immediately. Nothing we want immediately. I mean, there's stuff that's potentially useful, but... yeah, I think we just, we leave these guys be. I didn't bring a crafting table, so it's not even worth grabbing the, What is this biome that we're in here? Amaranth Fields. All right. We have a big cave formation. Okay. This is kind of what I was looking for to try to find corundum. But do I see any corundum? That's the question. And so far, the answer is no. We do want to light up at least a little bit as we're going. Oh, the kitten slipper's coming in clutch with that creeper that tried to dive bomb me. I mean, there's lots of andesite here, but that's not useful for me with the andesite generator that we've already built. So I really just wanted, like, an open cave system that I could explore to try to find corundum. And again, like, we got that, but, So far, not feeling it in this particular cave, unfortunately. I mean, we could still get lucky, right? We could move in and see a whole huge crystal formation pop up in front of us. But so far, we're not seeing anything. Yeah, this could end up being quite the grind to find the corundum we need, unfortunately. Ooh, a bunch of pumpkin pie, though. I'll take that. I already have a snorkel. I'm not concerned with grabbing another one. Yeah. Nothing. We're getting a ton of these, a ton of the little loot pot things, but those are not what I'm looking for. Yeah, nothing. I'm gonna have to grab some stone just to be able to pillar around and get out of these caves. I didn't really think about that. Petrified ore. I mean, there's lots of good stuff in this cave. It's just not the good stuff I'm looking for. Hmm. Well, mine shaft. Probably not going to be helpful. I just need one block of corundum. And I can build a corundum machine after that. But we have to find that first block. And it's kind of just random chance, unfortunately. Ooh, I do see a spawner up ahead, though. Which is probably a spider spawner. It is a spider spawner. I am gonna die! Ugh, that's not what I wanted. That stinks. Well, it's ad break time, so when we come back from the ad, we will go find my corpse, I guess. Also, What happened here? Excuse me? Yeah, we'll deal with this when we get back. Pfft, I don't know what happened here. Am I an idiot? Oh, I am an idiot. I know what I did. Alright, well, I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back. Okay, we need to clean some stuff up here, because apparently I failed. And then we need to go clean up, or need to go find my body. So first things first, I need a bucket, because I took my bucket with me. And we'll, I don't know. I mean, I do know what I did. I meant to, I think... I was thinking that I would remove the pump here so that this would fill up with resin so that it could, so that I could scoop a bucket out. And I forgot that this pipe would automatically open up again because create pipes are weird like that. But it's fine. We'll get ourselves a bucket. We need to put the pump back in place, and then we'll be fine. Pump. Bucket. At least now we'll get the bucket of resin thing done. That's going the wrong way. Bucket of resin achieved. Pump out. Yeah, everything's empty. It's all getting fed up into the drying basin. Excellent. Now, how do I get rid of this bucket of resin? I'm gonna make a create tank, and I'm gonna make another pump, I think is the best way to do this. What do I need for a fluid tank? A barrel and 2 copper sheets. All right, I need 1 more copper sheet. And then I'll just pump the contents of the bucket. Oh, you know what? I could do better. Can I make a... I don't know what it's called, but Create has a item drain. A sealed machine and iron bars. That's way more expensive than a pump and a tank. So, yes, I could do it that way, but we're not going to. Nope. Tank and pump and honestly, I thought I could put buckets in and out of tanks. Apparently not. Okay, maybe I do need to make an item drain after all. That's unfortunate. How are we doing on Menril sapling? Oh, I can't really easily. Well, yeah, we can come down this way. We've got 11 in the first deployer. So yeah, they are slowly accumulating, which is what we want. What am I doing? I don't know anymore. Oh, I still have a bucket of Menril. Yeah, I have to make an item drain. I just have to do it. I don't think I have a choice in the matter. So... we will make an item drain. We're gonna need item drains eventually anyway. What goes into iron bars? Okay, six ingots just makes me a heap of iron bars. I will accept that. Ooh, we do have lily pads of fertility in this. Ooh, okay. That could potentially help some of our tree farm issues with the Menril. What am I doing, though? I'm making 6 ingots so that we can... and I'm going to have to somehow try to get my... I'm going to have to somehow try to get all my stuff back from that cave, too, which is going to stink. Alright. Sealed machine, iron bars, item drain. Item drain on the pipes. that is not being pumped out of. Pump. Pump. Pipe. Pump the other way. Handle, cog. Cog, handle. All right. I think I achieved what I was trying to achieve there. Which is, we got the contents pumped into this basin. Let me... Oh, all my food was... Oh, geez, I'm out of food entirely here. All my food was over there, too, so... This is less than ideal, is what I'm saying. And planks, because we need to make ourselves a new boat. Alright, boat achieved. Create stuff can go away for now. Bucket I should hold on to. Planks can go away for now. Do I have... I have a sword. It's not a great sword. I have a backpack. It's not a great backpack. But it'll do for now. I think that's pretty much it. I'm gonna wait until morning, or I'm just gonna make some torches now. We are gonna take a bed with us. Okay, let's go. I vaguely know where I died, and at least it's not, like, super far. Oh, it's a beautiful sunset, at least. Not that we're going to see it for much longer. Somewhere in this direction. We'll find it. Oh, is that an AE2 meteor? Block of coal. I don't think that's AE2. I think that's a different meteor. Still potentially valuable, but not what I'm looking for. Not that we're going to do AE2 for a long time. We're a long ways away from trying to start AE2, but... So, right up here should be the cave entrance. And then we're not wearing any armor, so this could go very poorly for us. Where is... Oh, it's this way. Right over here. All right, let's set our spawn. And let's see... Huh. We're not going to teleport to my death waypoint, as much as I would maybe like to do that. Ah, right. It was this way. And then... No, I didn't go either of these ways. What did I do from here to get where I was? Because I definitely didn't climb up that. Ah, here we go. This is familiar. Yeah. And I've already lit up the spawner. Although, that doesn't stop the babies. That might be another spawner, by the way. Why are you... Okay, you are attacking me. I was like, why is no one attacking me? This feels weird. Is that diamonds? No, no! Let's see. Magnet goes into one of my generic slots. Snorkel goes in a head slot. Once again, we have to do stupid things to merge our torches. At least the bread merged. foot slot for our slippers, a belt slot for the skull. Swap out which backpack we have equipped so we have the good one on, and something in a necklace slot. All right. Now we can throw some stuff into this backpack so it is a little more out of our inventory. Like all this stuff. I did not bring any sort of axe. Oh, those kitten slippers are so nice. I mean, I guess I should grab diamonds when I see them. I don't necessarily need a lot of the base materials right now, but you know what? Diamonds are still diamonds. I mean, there's definitely still a lot of spiders around here, which makes me think I have not explored anywhere near this whole area. I'm just not sure how to get to where they are. Well, regardless, we're still not finding any corundum, so... This is gonna hurt a little bit. The aim on those skeletons is truly something. All right. I remain bad at the combat in this game. And I also am gonna have to just, like, get some stone and, like, dig up some resources here, which I wasn't really planning to do because my sword is almost dead. So that's gonna be a bottleneck for me very shortly. is I'm going to have to find some iron, or I guess some more diamonds. And, yeah. We need wood, though. Here, let's clear the death waypoint. So, let me see if I can find my way back up into the... mineshaft area. Because up in the mineshaft area, we have planks. Yeah, here we go. It's all coming together. So, 4 of these guys, make a crafting table. And then 2 of those, and suddenly we have a diamond sword. It would also be nice to make myself an axe if I wanted to keep gathering more of this wood, but I don't really, so I'm not going to. Is there a whole nother spawner up here? Ah, okay. And that is the end of that sword. But... ooh, and diamonds up here. Ooh. I was not expecting you to do that. Well. Ooh, another one. Jeez. Oh, that one I've already halted. Okay. I don't think exploring the mine shafts is actually useful, because I don't know if corundum can even spawn in them. It probably has to spawn in, like, a natural cave, right? So I think I want to be, like, getting out of here and back into the natural caves. Ooh, more diamonds. What quests am I sitting on? Oh, yeah, this one. That's fine. I don't need to mark that. But the search for corundum is remaining difficult. I'm just dropping torches as I go to try to keep the spawns around me to a manageable level. Obviously, we're not lighting up this whole cave, but... I made a bunch of torches. We may as well take advantage of them. Am I too low for the corundum? I'm honestly not even sure what level it spawns on. I might try to get out of this cave system if I can. And, Ooh, what's this? What's this? Oh, it's just create viridium. That's not what I'm looking for. Just be very careful not to set off this monster box, because that would be terrible. I'm hopeful if we get a little bit higher, we might have better luck. I don't know if that's true, but... Did I say lower? I meant higher. Whatever direction. Look at that! It's not the violet. The violet would have been nice. It's just a little more efficient with the violet, if I understood the quest book correctly. But we'll take some orange. We'll take some white. So maybe I've been too low. Maybe it spawns like right around Y0. Maybe that's been my issue this whole freaking time when I've been looking for this stuff. Oh god, 2 babies is unacceptable. That is an unacceptable number of babies. Honestly, even 1 baby is unacceptable, but like... Do we see any more signs of any corundum in the distance? Ideally of some different colors. Again, if not, we'll make do with just the ones we found, but it would be cool. God, this guy is... Oh, there we go. He lost aggro. Do I see some kind of crystals over there? Or that might be a mushroom cave biome, actually. Those might be mushrooms. That hurt. What have we got over here? Yeah, I think those are mushrooms. Yep. Mushrooms, not crystals. Well, we do have one type of corundum now. So we could call it a day. But again, my understanding from my reading of the quest book is that if I can get the violet naturally, I can skip some processing steps, and it's just a simpler build. Not the end of the world. What was that noise? That sounds a lot like a... Do I hear a Ravager? I should not be curious about this. I'm bad at combat in this game. And yet... Well, certainly there's a lot of zombies. Oh, it's just a zombie villager. Okay. Not sure how so many of them were spawned right here. Okay, I think it's time to try to get out of these caves and make our way. Do I see clouds up there? Is that the exit? If we can make our way over there somehow? I don't know what that is, and I don't want to know. Let's try not to deal with the horrible modded mobs. This way maybe up? Everything just leads right back down. Yeah, I want to get, like, up there. I don't have a ton of blocks in my inventory right now. Oh, we're getting out of here. Screw you, Wilden. Not dealing with your bullshit right now. Oh no! Shoot! Darn it! Ugh. Oh wow, I was very far away from here. Well, do we just start the trek with nothing? I think we have to. There's some kind of structure up here. And I kind of want to check every cave entrance just to see if we get lucky and I can spot some violet corundum. Not that I expect to get super lucky, but it's always possible. And if we find the violet stuff, like I said, my understanding is that the violet stuff is a little more efficient in the overall processing. Maybe we kill these cows for steak. At least get ourselves kind of up to, like, stone tier stuff. Crafting table. Try to at least give ourselves a fighting chance, right? So, yeah, let's make a wooden pick. Let's get let's get a little bit of stone. We'll make a stone sword. We'll make basic stone tools. Oh, I might be able to do some copper, because copper is coal. Not a heap of coal, but a little bit of coal is better than no coal. And, let's see. Upgraded pickaxe. Axe. sword. Oh, I love starting over. All right, where's the cows that I saw around here? Let's see if we can get a little bit of beef. And whatever we can find on the way up to our death waypoint to give us a little bit of food, we should take, basically. Oh, there's a whole structure out here. This looks like... Oh, this is all create stuff. Oh. Oh, this is cool. Unfortunately, I do not have a backpack with me, and I'm really in no condition to loot this. Oh, it's really obvious on the map, though. Okay. In that case, I'm not too worried about it. We can come back for it. See a little bit more coal here. Let's grab a little bit more coal. That way, if I get my hands on some copper or some iron, we can upgrade our sword and maybe even make armor. Armor would probably help our survivability. I think I want to go that way. Yes. Although, going salmon hunting is not necessarily the worst plan in the whole wide world, is it? And, like, I know there's a huge cave system under here. So possibly... Oh, look at that. That looks like a cave entrance. And I was trying to crawl out of the caves. I could see the sky from where I was. So my hope is I will be able to find my death waypoint. The problem is, this is still, basically a suicide run. I see some copper over there. Let's see if we can... Yeah, copper. $19 copper. I would like a little more. I'm assuming I can make copper armor, not just copper weapons. I never actually checked. Yeah. Grab a little bit more coal. Yeah, if we can find just a little bit more copper just hanging around on the outside of this mountain, I think we're going to be good to go. Because I'll be able to make a full suit of copper armor. And then there's copper right there. Problem is it is like in the cave properly. Let's keep looking around on the outside. Oop. Sheeps are food. Sorry. I'm not really sorry. It's got to be done. There's iron. Jeez. Never have I wanted copper more than iron until now. Well, you know what? A few iron doesn't hurt either. And it would also be good to have a little bit of wood, wouldn't it? Which may or may not be easy. All right, here we go. I see some trees. Well, bushes. Whatever they are, they have logs in the middle. All right, a little bit of extra wood so we can make tool handles if we need them. So now I really am just looking for like 5 more copper so I can make a copper suit of armor. And then we'll have iron, tools, and then we're pretty much golden. I do need to start cooking some of this food because my hunger is getting up there. But I gotta retrieve that Garundum, or we cannot progress in the mod pack, so I'm just trying to give myself the best possible chance of actually succeeding. Come on. Maybe it's not as dark as I thought it was. Okay. Don't want to go too far into this cave, because I will get my face eaten off. There's a little more iron. We'll take that. Alright, probably if I mix and match iron and copper, I now have enough stuff for, like, a sword and a pick and a suit of armor. So maybe we should just go for that and not worry about having a single full suit of either thing. Yeah, I think we've done a lap around this mountain at this point. And I'm going to stop being able to sprint momentarily, which means we do need to set up camp. And we need to get... we need to get our food cooked, and our... our iron and our copper cooked. And then we jump into the gauntlet. All right. Good saturation. Iron sword. Copper armor. Boots. Pants. Apparently, I should have made iron helmet and copper boots, because we're going to have an awkward number of ingots of both of these. I need either one more iron or one more copper to make a helmet. Alright, let's see what we can find. I'm sure I saw some iron around that I left when I was trying to do everything in copper. So, we'll find an iron. Oh, I should make a shield, too. That would be a smart move. Ooh, and this might be my entrance, because that goes a lot lower than this path up here. Come on, I just need one more iron or copper. That's all I need for this to work. I mean, I could go in without a helmet, but I'd really rather not go in without a helmet. Given, I can't quite reach that one. Given how fatal the caves have been to me, I'd really not go in without a helmet. Oh, here we go. One more iron. 3 more iron. 5 more iron. 6 more iron. Okay. There's our helmet. And then what do I need for a shield? I forget how to make shields. 6 planks and an iron ingot. Okay. So I am going to need a few more planks. I'm glad that didn't despawn yet. Do I have some logs nearby? I don't really want to go all the way down there. Yeah, around this side of the hill. I can see leafage on the map. That should be enough to make a shield. Okay. Helmet. Shield. Get rid of the stuff we don't need. We have a little bit of extra. Yeah, let's turn all this into torches. I think that's as good as we're going to get. We'll leave our spawn point here, and we are going into the caves. This may not be the right route. I was hoping this would get us into, like, a cleaner place, but this looks like very much not a cleaner place. That's just a drop to our deaths there. What about around this corner? Does this go down someplace useful? Possibly. If it connects to the main room, then yes, it's useful. If it doesn't, then it's just a bunch of random paths that I'm wandering around and getting myself lost in. And it appears to be that. Yes. I mean, cool that we can come down here and all, but not what I'm looking for at the moment. All right, I think we're just going right in. Okay. First challenge completed successfully. We just want to light things up as we go. Trying to minimize our chances of having our faces eaten off later. Alright, so this shows our death is below here, which means we've got to find a way, like, down underneath us. That's a lot of zomboys. Zomboys? Zomboys. So this is going to be the problem, is we need to get below us. Which may mean that we are going to need either a water bucket, which we can certainly try to manage, or some kind of path around. Really? I didn't make a pickaxe? I am stupid. Oop, that is a lot of guys that just spawned over there, and it's all skeletons. Oops, all skeletons. We're gonna just leave them alone for the moment. See if we can make them despawn even. Presumably they all spawned over there because, like, that's one of the only places where it's still dark enough for things to spawn, which is good. But it is going to be a little bit of a hassle to clean out. We're just torching whatever we can right now. We're trying to keep it. The harder it is for guys to spawn up here later, the better. What the? Oh, I was not using my sword, was I? I was smacking that guy with a bone. That would explain some of our problems. What's up? Okay, where are we? We're doing better. See a gap here. Oh, this is to, like, the outside. That's not useful. Well, maybe it's useful. If it goes down, it might be useful. Because ultimately, that's where we have to get. So, like, if we can find another cave entrance that's at a lower altitude, we might be able to make some progress. Oh, this is all water. Never mind. I've been super concerned about jumping down here, but this is just all water. Okay. And then we need to go further down here. All right, we're making progress. This is good. So yeah, our death is like right down here. This is more or less where I was trying to climb up when I perished. The only problem is I did not bring a pickaxe or building blocks to try to traverse. So what we're gonna do is we could take advantage of the creepers to get ourselves a few building blocks and hope that that is going to be enough. Well, that's not how I meant to use the creepers to get down here, but okay. It certainly got the job done. All right, there's my corpse. We made it. And we're going to have to do a little bit of cleanups here. Oh, yeah. We'll take the good chest plate. We'll discard the bad one. Here, let's use this backpack for a little bit of inventory management at least. Well, that took a lot more work than I would have liked, but we did eventually get ourselves back to something resembling safety. I say something resembling safety because we do still have to get out of here. Where? But we know the way out. Oh yeah, there's my pillar. There's the pillar that killed me. I believe I have to get up to the next level to get out of here. And I might just grab a bunch of cobble to do that. Now where do I go? Up there. Oh, yep, I see the sky. Oh, my goodness. Well, I hope never to do this again. Where are we? How do we get home from here? We go south on the river, then we cut across this kind of valley on land, and then we come back on the ocean. All right. I'm okay with that travel itinerary. That ended up being a much worse process than I had anticipated, but we made it. Oh, this guy's right on this river too, so we should be able to come back up here to loot this relatively easily. That was a huge cave system that we got lost in. Because, yeah, we started all the way down at this village, and we died all the way up under this mountain. That was a huge cave system. So once we, well, here, we should at least have the Corundum quest, Oh, it wants me to place a spout above a Corundum block. Okay. Below Y20, so we have to make ourselves a little cave. Well, we'll do this processing. I guess we'll just do this whole processing underground, right? Like, that's easy enough. And then we can... we'll figure out when we do need to merge the above ground and the underground stuff. We'll figure out the item routing for that. But let's go see what broke at the base while we've been gone. I don't think it's been loaded. I don't think I chunk loaded it. Which, like, I probably should. I mean, I think it's fine. I think it's just at its normal waiting for Menril state. But again, I think it's probably been unloaded for a while, so I don't think it ran significantly. Well, alright. I put down the cake. I didn't mean to, but I did. This copper chest plate is functional. The boats are fine. Random tools can go in here. Probably have a stack of arrows somewhere that should go in here. String. Gunpowder. Iron and copper ingots that I don't really know where to put. I'll put them here for now. Buckets. Wood. Torches. Eggs can go in here. Cool. So, let's check our quests. What is it telling me about? Oh, this one. Yeah, we can claim this now. What are we up to? 471 mechanisms. All right. That is a decent number. Again, this probably hasn't been running most of the time we've been gone, so like, whatever. But let's get a bunch of bone meal. You know what? Let's make a, what's it called? Rhinestone? No. Millstone. A stone, an andesite casing, and a cogwheel. I feel like that's a thing we should be able to do. I currently have no casings, but we can fix that. And millstone. This gear does nothing, huh? Let's fix that. Let's grab shafts, let's grab our wrench, and let's hook that up. Now I should be able to just, like, throw these bones in here. And that'll make a bunch of bone meal for me. Which we will use to keep expanding our Menril factory, because I will not be happy until it is running basically continuously. If this basin is stopping, then we're not doing it right. What am I doing? I need to make myself a couple more extractors, which are just andesite casings. Just had some. There they go. With buckets, and I know that I have a couple of buckets. Yeah. And then non-functional, so I need to find the... Oop. I need to make a new axe. And then we need to clear out any enriched Menril logs and replace them with normal Menril logs. What is happening? There we go. And grab a sapling from this guy. Well, okay, all the saplings. All right, lots of bone meal, which is great. That's 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that's 8. Okay. I mean, 8 is a pretty good number. But, like, obviously, the more of these, the better. And also at some point I'm going to need pumps in the middle, I think, because I don't remember how far a create pump can pump. Arrow indicates direction, yeah. Yeah, but how many blocks can it go? Yeah, I know. It doesn't tell me. I might have to Google this. Create pump range. Maximum range of 16 blocks on either side. Okay. So this is going to be getting close. 15, 16, 17 into this, well, it seems to work, but I think we are right at the end of the range. I don't think I can do any more in this row of them without needing some sort of additional pump. Alright, there we go. I had voided some of the Menril at some point, and I just wanted to resynchronize the basin to the multiples of 25. It doesn't really matter. It just makes me feel better. Alright, well, with 8 of these running, we are going to be making a decent amount of andesite alloy. It's just, like I said, it all gets turned into machines right now. Let's get a little more organized again. Menril stuff can go where it's supposed to go. And mechanisms can go back in their drawer. So, now that we have the corundum, the next automation step is the, I guess the magic step, right? Because that's what we got the corundum for. So let's grab our corundum. Let's grab all of our corundum. Let's grab our runes. And let's take a look at what we need to do. So this says we need a spout above a corundum block so that we can grow the corundum block. Okay. That's fine. So we need to make a spout, which is a sealed machine and a hopper. All right, I can make a hopper. I need more iron for hoppers. We should just make a standard, like, create iron farm at some point. And that's a copper ingot. Oops. Yeah, 5, 5. I do need a barrel. Which, like, okay. Wait, no, barrel is not right. I need a chest. Why did I think I needed a barrel? Alright, hopper on a sealed machine. Which is these guys. And I should just do that. Sealed machine, hopper, 2 spouts. And we should have completed a couple of quests for spouts. The one we care about is this one and this one. Alright, so let's get down to Y20. I want to bring down a couple of buckets of water because we're going to want an infinite water source. I'm going to bring down some water pipes. I'm going to bring down the corundum. Couple of buckets. Let's head down to that Y20 kind of zone. Let's bring some torches. Let's bring along pipes, a pump. Some of these guys. I feel like I should bring down power. Like, do we bring... Yeah, let's just do that. Let's just make... we're going to make just heaps of water wheels because I don't feel like dealing with coming up with a better way for us to... for us to power the base. So water wheels it is. We'll bring down drawers, because we're going to need drawers for things. We don't have to bring down this. We have our 2 water buckets. I mean, we're going to have to come up here and make more machines. There's no... Well, actually... Do we? Do we have to come up here and make more machines? I think the answer is yes. Unfortunately. So yeah, we make the violet corundum, we get 3 corundum clusters. Can we turn the corundum blocks into clusters? No, not easily. So like, what do we do with the blocks? That's a question. Because, like, I guess we can just void it, but... Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's a good way to use the blocks. Because, like, I kind of know what we're going to end up with here, but let's... Yeah, okay, the blocks are just extra, but allow you to expand your farm if you ever need to. Cool. That's kind of annoying, actually, but so be it. Let's head down towards where, like, Y20 is, and we're just gonna... Where are we at? We're at Y... Oh, like 53. Oof. Oh, and that pickaxe already broke, because apparently copper tools are terrible. Let me get my diamond pick. I hate to just burn through a diamond pickaxe without, like, enchanting it, but, like, we're gonna switch to Tinker's Tools. That's been the whole goal. And once we are able to switch to Tinker's, it doesn't really matter. Oh, good. A cave. Just what I wasn't looking for. The thing is that I want to be able to potentially... I potentially want to be able to... Oh yeah, we can build forward in this. Yeah. Alright. Well, forward, yes, but can we build down? No. Building down is what I actually want. Because we kind of just want to go all the way across, like here. And I want to just keep our sort of overall slope continuing the same. Because we might end up just running a really long conveyor belt up this path. So, like... Oh, and that was wrong. Just did the whole thing at the wrong height. Everything needs to be, like, 3 blocks lower. Yep, still 1 block too low. Yeah, in case we ever try to run a conveyor belt through here, like, I want it to just fit. So... that is why I am taking the time. What are we down to? Why 20? Alright, we want to go a few levels lower. Why 15? Alright, this should work. And again, potentially we could just run a conveyor belt all the way upstairs. Thank you for the cave sound effect, Minecraft. It's always appreciated. I do love the cave sound effects. Alright. Big cave. Well, not a huge cave, but a moderately sized cave. We drop the corundum. And we put a thingy there. And then we're going to make an infinite water source. There and there. With a pump. Oh, I didn't bring my wrench, did I? I didn't bring my wrench! I also am going to need some more create tools to actually be able to do this. But basically like that, infinite water source spouting onto the corundum. And that should cause it to grow, according to the quest book. And then the question is, how do we manage to gather the crystals, which I assume is just going to have to be like a mechanical drill, question mark? But let's head upstairs, because we do need to gather a few different items. Ooh, and it is pitch black up here. Okay, we're gonna need gearboxes for sure. We're gonna need a lot of gearboxes, which means what we actually need to do is make a lot of casings. There we go. And we definitely need our wrench, which we didn't take with us. And I'm going to take a crafting table with me. And then, yeah, we're going to need a mixer and a... I really just want to see how the corundum grows first. And once I kind of have an idea of how it grows, we can design the machine to harvest it, right? So that's what we're doing first. So for this thing, we're going to have a cog here. We're going to have a gearbox. That is like that. And then this will hook up to a water wheel. Not like that. Like that. And like that. And we'll throw water wheel in like that. Oh, it is all one lower. Oops. I had it right the first time. Oh, well, this one grew. Place a spout above a corundum block. Has to be above Y20 for the corundum to grow. And collect the clusters. All right. All right. So, yeah, it grows like that. And we get some number of the clusters on the sides. Okay. Yeah, and presumably they can be on any of the four sides. Interesting. So I need something that's gonna... that's gonna sweep through... All right, let's turn this off for now. I'm starting to have thoughts. And those thoughts involve something that's very similar to the... very similar to what we have built for the trees, just with drills instead of saws, right? So if we block, this will be the center point, and I'm leaving 2 spaces. No, this will be the center. Sorry. Because then this can grow on 4 spaces around it. 1 there. 1 there. We need to clear out just a little bit more space over here. Oh, they grow without the spout? Does the spout just make them grow faster? Interesting. Well, that might change my whole thing. Like, instead of dealing with the spout, do I just make a really big corundum farm with automated drills and just, like, move on with our lives? Or do we do the spouts? Do it the way the quest book intended? Anyway, if we have all 4 of these here, my thought process is spinny thing here with drills on it, like 3 layers of drills or whatever it takes to hit these blocks out on the edge. And that will be able to clear all 4 of these pretty easily. So that means that I need to make 2 more spouts if I want to do the spouting. And I think I do. Well, we'll do the spouts. And let's make a path up over the top for the water to come in. So we'd have the 4 spouts set up like that. And then a thing in the middle that spins and chops them all down. And then outputs the clusters and the blocks. The blocks I'm just going to put we'll put void upgrades on both of them, I guess. Yeah, I don't hate this. So let's make ourselves 2 more spouts. Let's get ourselves a mechanical bearing. And that might be all we need. Do I have what it takes to make a mechanical bearing down here? Actually, yes, I do. Alright, so yeah, mechanical bearing's gonna go, like, right here. But we do actually have to go back up top, because I have to make a couple more... Yeah, I have to make some stuff anyway. We're gonna need linear chassis, we're gonna need to make drills. I don't have drills. But it is ad break time, so we're gonna go ahead and let the ad run. I do run just 1 ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off. And once the ad is over, hopefully we can finish this corundum harvesting machine. I don't think it's going to be too difficult. And then after that, we'll figure out what the next processing steps look like. But we're very close to Magic Chapter 1, I think. I mean, it helps to have Create Chapter 1 or Tech Chapter 1 already done, right? Because now we have 799 precision mechanisms. All right, I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, folks. Okay, so we need... Let's figure out our recipe chain, actually, with the rune. Right, so we know the rune gets milled down into rune dust. The rune dust gets combined to make the violet corundum. And then the violet corundum, with additional rune dust, ooh boy, gets converted into another rune. Alright, so one rune, let's figure this out. One rune is 4 rune dust. One of that rune dust goes and makes violet corundum. 3 of that rune dust makes another rune. Okay. But it's actually a slightly better ratio than that because it makes 3 violet corundum. Yeah. Well, right, because otherwise it would just be 1-to-1. But the 3 corundum means that we can actually run a couple of extra recipes. The problem is that I am not sure how to handle this right in Create, such that we only make enough rune dust for... Well, I guess we want to make sure that, like, our conveyor belts for the violet corundum are as short as possible, right? And things like that. Anyway, we're gonna need a mill. Let's make a millstone. And then we're also going to want to get some more... What? I think we are going to want the chute. I think we're going to want... I think we're going to want 2 chutes. Let's make another chute, or another set of chutes. Yeah, that's what I thought. 3 iron ingots makes 4 chutes. And I also want to make some more... What do we need? We need linear chassis. We're gonna need a barrel. My inventory's getting stupid again. I need to make a couple of... Here, yeah. Let's just do this. Let's make a stack of machines here. So we're going to need more funnels for sure. We always need funnels. We're going to need a portable storage interface pair. And I need to make, I think, 3 drills. What do we need for the create... No, that's a thermal drill. Actually, is that how we make mechanical drills? Yes, it is the thermal drill. Okay. So we need 18 iron ingots and a few copper. We can make that happen. Here, let's get the copper going. I really do need to set up a... just like an old school create iron farm. So I can stop worrying about duplicating our iron in the smeltery here. All right. 21 iron. So we should be able to make 3 drill heads. And all of those are going to go into becoming drills for me. I'm also going to want my super glue. I'm out of belts. Okay, let's make some belts. What's the belt recipe? Okay. At some point, we will switch over to the variant that uses Menril, but we're still not even really making enough Menril for our andesite alloy needs, so... Alright, that's on its last saw, too, which is not ideal. Okay. I also need to make... You know what I need to make? I need to make void upgrades. Let's make a void upgrade, which I already looked up the recipe for. Alright. Do I have everything I need? I have most of what I need. We're gonna have to figure out the rest of it later. So, let's head on down here. Yeah, all of this is in my way. Oh, I didn't make the spouts. So, let's go make the spouts, because we do need those for this whole project. Oh, I also didn't make more chutes, which I said I needed. So yeah, we missed a couple of things. Let those go, and then for spouts, I need 5 more ingots, which is exactly what we have. And... chest... hoppers... sealed machine... with hopper makes spout. Iron sheets with iron ingot make more chutes. Sleep through the night. And then I think we do have... I hope we have everything we need. We have a much greater portion of what we needed, at any rate. Spouts there. This thing is like that. Drills. A barrel. And the storage interface. You know what? Let's do the storage interface there. Storage interface. And then that'll have to pop out to a couple of barrels. Or, drawers, rather. But this just needs to be hooked up to all the rest of power. One lower. Oh. Yeah, helps if you, actually superglue your contraptions together. Alright. Drills are going. That should be able to clear all of the corundum spots. So now we're going to have an output through here. Shaft there, shaft there. Belts. A funnel here. a drawer with a funnel here on an input. And let's make sure that that drawer is like facing in a direction where I can access it. So that'll hold the blocks with a void upgrade. And then at the end of this, we take out the clusters. And these also need to have a void upgrade. Because this drill won't ever stop, right? So we have to void any excess clusters or else we're going to have a bad time. Okay, so that's the corundum drill, which now just needs to be hooked up to power in some way. We are going to have to go back upstairs at some point for more, like, create stuff, but I did bring a crafting table down on purpose, so we could at least try. But we will see how far we make it without having to bring in Oh, that's bad. If these break the block, then some of the corundum goes flying. Any corundum that's on the block but hasn't already been drilled goes flying with this design, which maybe we just accept and trust that it won't lag too much? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Oh. Alright, that at least spins the right way. It'll be very slow at unloading, but interesting. Why is this only transferring one item at a time when the tree one stopped until it was empty? I am confused. It doesn't matter. Like, it'll work the same. Yeah, I do end up with the occasional corundum cluster. Alright. Again, it probably doesn't matter, but something to keep in mind. Alright, so now that we have corundum clusters, we have to be able to combine those with runes to make more runes. So the corundum clusters need to come right out into, I guess, a basin. Just curious, once I add the pumps to this, whoops, wrong button. I was trying to make it transparent. Alright, that it is making it across. It's just a very slow... It's a slow pump, which makes sense, because all of this is very low RPM. So... I mean, it does pick up crystals, just not all of them. So this needs to feed out and directly into a mixer, basically. And that mixer will be making the violet corundum from these guys. So let's go get a mixer, because I don't have any. We need a mixer, and we need a, whatever creates bowl is called. And that's copper. Oops. Alright, a little more iron going in. What do I need for a whisk? 5 iron. Okay. How are we doing up here? Whoa! Oh, we're stopped because this guy's out of saws. Yeah. I was like, wow, we're actually backing up on andesite alloy? How did that happen? But we're not really. I could take the opportunity to... Look at that. Could take the opportunity to plant a couple more saplings by hand. We're up to 20, though, which is a good sign. So it does seem like this will eventually get the saplings, like, saturated and rolled over to the other The other deployers. It's gonna take a while. All right, 5 of these guys. This copper is spare. We're gonna make ourselves a whisk, and then do I have an andesite machine? I do. And the other thing we need to make is a basin. Basin. Bonk. 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 Okay, so the way this works is the runes need to be... Well, the runes are cycled, right? And they are... That's a lot of clusters on the ground. That doesn't bode well, does it? Also, the way this has been emptying or not emptying is annoying me, and I don't understand. But we're going to turn this off because it's obviously not working. Unfortunately. So we're going to have to think about the design of this thing because... the intent is not what we're getting. So, we can hook that up. So I think, yeah, the basin goes here with the mixer over it. Honestly, this whole thing needs to be sped up. So let's do that. Let's gear ratio this thing. Do I have planks down here? I don't. I didn't bring planks. Every time I have to climb this staircase, I die a little inside. All right, yeah, we'll just make a few large cogwheels. There we go. So, yeah, this will come out here, except not in that direction. Yeah, let's make the whole thing faster while I'm thinking about that. Because that really needs to happen. Gear, 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 gear. Oops. 1, 2... Let's see, it's going to connect right here. Which means we want to go from here. 1, 2, 3, and here? No, that can't be right. Apparently it is. All right. And now, because I gear ratioed twice, yeah, everything still spins in the same direction. Okay. We're good. Okay. Gearbox here will do what we need it to do. Yeah, and that'll start pulling the corundum into this machine. This is going to be rune dust, because rune dust needs to go in basically 2 different directions. Some of it comes here to make the corundum, and some of it goes to make more runes. Darn, that doesn't work. So this pulls in the runes from its very tippy top as the runes spiral ever upward. This is where they come out. And then another chute on top of that. There we go. And then the belt will come up to the very top. We'll need to decide how that works exactly. This will grind up the runes and get them where they need to go. I have no idea where that last shaft ended up. Oh, up top. Interesting. So this is now going to take runes, grind them up. Some of that rune dust will come here to make corundum clusters. The rest of the rune dust needs to go out with the corundum cluster output and make more runes. And that happens in a press? Yes, okay. Here's a question. If I just put another basin under a basin, does the auto output work right? If this works, I'm going to be so happy. How do I even get back here? Oh, look at that, it does! Okay. Beautiful. That is huge. So... oh my god. I just want... nope, too far again. Oh, did it work? No. There they go. Alright, so that's going to end up as rune dust down in here. We should have like 16 of it. We're going to have to be very careful with how we multiply out this rune dust to get our violet corundum started and the rune loop going, which is why I took this funnel off. Because we are... like, one at a time for everything. Mixer here. Oh, which means I need actually... 2... ew. Yeah, I need to make 2 gearboxes. Because if I just put 1 in vertically here, it would reverse the wrong... yeah, that is doing what we want. Alright, so now we're making the violet corundum, and that's going to come into this basin. Now, we need to combine the violet corundum with more rune dust to make the rune. Yes, I need a press, and I need to combine it with rune dust. Okay. And this is why we need to be very, very careful with our initial allotment of runes and rune dust, because if we're not careful, we will soft block. Well, we're not going to soft block. It just means we have to go caving and find a bunch of runes, and that sounds like exactly 0 fun to me. So, what am I making? I'm making a mechanical press. Which is just a block of iron. Do I happen to have a block of iron sitting around? No, that would be too easy. Okay. What is going on with this inventory? Mossy stone, cobblestone. Oh, I'm holding on to a bunch of bark. Let's deal with that. And I think pretty much everything else in here is stuff that I want in general. It's just that this is Minecraft, and inventory management is unfortunately part of the game. Alright. So yeah, these 3 violet corundums are each... is going to make us 3 runes, is what we're going to be able to make out of this. Each one is, what, 1 violet corundum with yeah, 1 violet corundum with 3 runes will make... with 3 rune dust will make us 3 runes. And basically what I want is to end up with so much rune dust that the runes loop, right? That the outputs all back up, and we can just let it go with a bunch of rune dust in that system. Oh, I started making iron for a press, and then I forgot to actually make the press. So let's go do that. I should also grab more food. Do I have decent food? I have some bread. And do we have 1 block, 2 ingots? All right. Actually, you know what? I should have a... I don't have another casting channel. So if we do that, then that should make a block. Yeah, that worked. Cool. Now if we take andesite machine with iron block, we get our press. It is very snug in here. But I think we're going to make this work. Let's drop this in here. Oh! I can fix that. There we go. Press there. And how do I want to get power to this press? I don't really like any of my options here. I think we're just doing a couple more gearboxes. Ugh. I don't love gearbox spam, but it's gonna get the job done. So we do one there, like that, one there, and then shaft. So now, let's try to get behind all this, because our output's going to be like over here. Yeah, the output's going to be like way down here. And then we're going to have to, like, get it up to this level or something so we can actually feed it into this. But that's a different problem, maybe. Because, yeah, that'll be, like, up to there. Actually, you know what? Maybe it only comes up to here. And... then... Can we actually feed... I'm struggling here. That goes there like that. This one comes up to here. Yeah, like that. And then instead of using one of these, we use one of those. And obviously, like that. Oh, but also, like, we need to be splitting the runes. Yeah, we need to be splitting the runes. So we need to separate this anyway. We need to put, like, a storage chest right here. And then... I don't know where I just put that. Input there. Output there. So this will be for storing runes. Which again, we're kind of manually doing everything until such time as we have enough rune dust in the loop that it's not gonna back up. Right. So that's like 1, 2, 3. 1 rune. 3 of those. Excuse me? Oh, it needs to be heated. Okay. Well, then. What do we need for a runic tablet? We deploy a rune onto a... Oh, and I already ground up all my runes. We can make blaze burners without going to the nether if we have a runic tablet. But I already turned all of my runes into rune dust for doing this. And this needs to be heated. That's too bad. Well, now I need to stop and think about my life choices, because we have to get a blaze burner under here somehow. And I'm not really sure how. I mean, I can go to the nether. Like, we are allowed to get a blaze burner the old-fashioned way, but do I really want to deal with a nether fortress? No. I don't enjoy the nether. As we saw earlier in today's stream, I do not enjoy the combat in Minecraft in general. I am bad at this game. So, did I just get myself completely trapped? I did. What do we do then? Is the question. And I don't immediately have an answer. I am going to hook this belt up to power at least, so I can pretend like I have made progress. But there we go. So that'll be our output of runes. Runes will end up in this drawer. And then they will immediately be spit back over here to be ground up. My hope is that once I have enough runes made, that, like, this whole loop sort of saturates on, like, rune dust on the belts, and we don't actually have to, babysit it all that much. Like, that is my hope. I'm not totally convinced that that will be the case, but yeah, we need to be able to fuel this, so that needs to be really our next big goal. I mean, it could be just going to look for another runic deep slate ore, right? Like, we could get lucky. We are right at deep slate level. Well, this is part of the same cave. Because of course it is. Ooh boy, that's a witch. Let's not. Let's not deal with the witch. I'm just unsure what the Y levels are for where the... What is going on with my inventory? All right, let's clean some stuff that we're not going to be dealing with in the caves, like into my backpack for now. I'll take a diamond axe. I'll take some of that. You look like someone I don't want to tick off. If we can find another rune, we can avoid the nether strip. Otherwise, we're gonna have to go to the nether and get a blaze burner. just running around looking at the deep slate floor, hoping to spot that purple runic deep slate. Well, it is ad break o'clock again, so we'll let the ad run. When we come back, again, if I can find a, oh, I've been here. Well, that doesn't bode well for me finding what I'm looking for, does it? Does it tell me? Runic Deep Slate is... No, it doesn't tell me the Y level. I could probably look that up on the internet, though. Obtain a rune. That's all it says. I know it spawns fairly low. I just don't know exactly how low, and I don't know if I'm anywhere near the right height for it. Ooh, diamonds. I'll take those. Yeah, nothing down here. Oh, I left some stuff in here. I left a lot of stuff in here. And I'm gonna leave a lot of stuff in here again, because, like, I don't have a use for it at the moment. Diamonds that I just left sitting around, though. Jeez. Oh, dear. You look like a problem. Oh no. Oh no. I'm in a hole. I'm in a hole. I'm in a hole. This needs to not be happening to me right now. Run, 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 run. So yeah, we're still looking around for any runic ore. I'm finding diamonds. which is cool and all, but is not what I'm currently looking for. Problem is the rune is like such a dark ore anyway. So like, if I don't walk right over the top of it, I'm not going to see it. Ooh. Oh no, that's just dark stone. What are you? Aquamarine. More diamonds. If I can find just one more rune, we can make this all work. Just need one. Oh, my, Unfortunately, we're gonna have to leave the caves soon because I'm running out of food. Certus quartz. What's my current Y level? Minus 30. I don't necessarily want to be going up. Oh, was that my last torch too? Great. Yeah, for all I know, I've looked at a dozen of these, and they're just... because it's such a dark ore, seeing it in the deep slate is... not going to be easy. Oh ho, look at that! Finally, we got 2 of them. Alright. Got any more of those runes in this mine shaft? We don't want to get too lost in this place. Because we do need to be able to find our way back. Alright, let's try to get back out of this cave. We've got the 2 runes that we need to hopefully be able to make a... Sorry, got distracted by surviving. Will finish my sentence momentarily. We've got the runes that hopefully we need to make our first blaze burner. And with a blaze burner, we're going to be much happier. The question is, can I find my way out of here? I think those torches up... No. Is it that way? Well, I mean, it doesn't matter. Any path that leads me out of here is acceptable, and I can loop my way back around to our actual mine shaft later. To where we're doing the build. Because, yeah, from here, we can get out this way. I'm not exactly sure where the way we came in is, but it doesn't matter. Because coming out this way is fine. There we go. How are we doing on andesite alloy, by the way? 980. All right. I will happily take 980 andesite alloy. We got 11 diamonds out of that process as well. A jade, which I don't know what to do with. Yep, the inventory has definitely seen better days. All right, let's, if we want to make a runic deep slate, what do we need to do? We just deploy a rune onto a smooth stone slab, right? Yeah. All right, so the rest of this build is pretty easy, right? It's a cobble generator through 2 fans doing blasting into a mechanical saw, which will make our smooth stone slabs, right? Yep. And then a deployer. And then it's just about figuring out the routing for all the items, right? Because, like, we really need to do priority routing, and that is hard without brass funnels. Or brass tunnels, rather. We might be able to do it with brass funnels. Or 1 brass funnel. Because we can have the brass funnel spit out stacks of a certain size and rely on that for our looping process. We just have to make sure that we get everything correctly ratioed, right? Because, like, again, if we look through the rune making process, right, a rune comes from 3 rune dust and a corundum, right? And then that corundum is 1/3 of a rune dust. So each rune is 3 1/3 rune dust. And then it makes 4 dust. So if we multiply that by 3, we get 4 runes out. No, what? So each rune spits out 4 rune dust, and each rune needs 3 1/3 rune dust. So we gain 2/3 of a rune dust. So if we macerate 3 runes, we get 12 dust, which is... still not correctly ratioed. Yeah, because 10 is a correctly ratioed number. So 20 would be correctly ratioed. Okay. At 20 rune dust, that's 5 runes that we grind up. And that gives us... Sorry, I might need to write this down and think about this off stream. But basically what I'm trying to figure out, I should explain what I'm actually trying to do. With the brass funnel, we can set an exact stack size. And if we use that exact stack size along with andesite... Shoot. Ah! Along with andesite tunnels, which split off 1 item from a stack. What I'm trying to figure out is, like, how many runes needs to be in a stack such that we can loop a certain number of them around and grind those back up into dust, and then send 1 off to our output. Or, you know, maybe we have to pull more than 1 off. But, like, we've got these factors of 3 and 4 in here. You know, if we make 3 corundum, right, that's enough for 3 runes. And it takes 9... 10 rune dust. Okay. 10 rune dust is 2.5 runes in to make 3 runes. So does that mean that 5 runes makes 6 runes? And that is what we want? We want stacks of 6 coming out of our system. Oh, I heard a hiss, and I thought it was a creeper, but I think it was just this pig, setting itself on fire. Which I don't care about. So yeah, if we bring in 5, that makes 20 rune dust. 2 of that goes into making 6 corundums, right? And then 6 corundums with another 18 rune dust makes 6 runes. Yeah. Okay. So our loop size is 6, apparently. Once we have 6 of them, we can start to make more. Or we can start to siphon them off. So what we'll do... Here, let's head downstairs so we can talk about it. Instead of what I have right now in here, this comes up here. It's going to hit this drawer still. And then... Right now, I have the drawer just set to feed the loop directly, which is fine for now. But what we want to do instead is we want to put a... This needs... Well, we can't do it here because we're a little too tight. We'll figure that out. But we basically need a brass... Our one brass funnel will output 6 runes at a time. We'll use an andesite tunnel to split 1 rune off the side. That rune goes to slabs. The other 5 runes need to loop the loop. Is the situation that we are in. And then that should pretty much do it. As long as 5 of every 6 go back into the loop, it will be stable. We initially will want all 6 to go in the loop, because again, I need us to have enough of a buffer of rune dust here, such that when I put our 2 funnels on, we want the rune dust to be backed up all the way to here. So that's just something to keep in mind. But that's more of a logistics thing than anything else. Cool. I have some understanding of how this is going to work then. We are going to want to change some of up here, because we want to make sure our overall, like, build does sort of account for... oops. Account for what the final design is going to be, right? So, like, we're going to have a funnel here, and then we're going to have the tunnel, and then we're going to go forward 1 more square. We are right in the corundum's growth spot, but I think that's going to be okay. And then, yeah, we're going to do, like, a couple of sideways belts to, like, loop us back over here. I'm very nearly out of belt, which I don't love. Am I entirely out of belt? No, I have 1. All right. So yeah, this will come in here, this will come out here, we're going to have a funnel here, we'll push onto this conveyor, which loops it back around to here. I just don't have my wrench on me, and create is being very quote-unquote helpful. And it keeps wanting to attach this here, so I can't actually position everything where I want it, because it... so yeah, we need to flip a few of these things around so we have our whole spinny-do all the way hooked up. And then, our funnel output will be here, and it'll come out this side. And then we'll have to go from there to wherever our cobble gen is to actually make the runic deep slate. And I think getting a cobble gen and a couple of smelty bits is not going to be too much of a challenge. So yeah, this is pretty much ready to go then. We do have to make sure that we save one rune because I need it to make a our first blaze burner. But I think we're in a good place. So I'm going to call it here for today. This has been a very long stream. Next time we pick this up, we will have... We've got a project. We know what needs to be done to finish the runes. All right. Yeah, this is very slow, and I assume it's slow because of this andesite funnel and because the belts are running slowly. But what's weird to me is, like, again, this one waits, but the other one doesn't wait, and I don't understand why that is the case. Also, what was that sound? Up to 24 saplings. All right. So yeah, that will eventually figure itself out. Are we doing 800 Menril logs? Yeah, we're going to start voiding those soon. We've got 1.3 thousand andesite alloy. This is stopped because I don't have a saw in it, but that's okay because we have several hundred of them. These all seem like they're doing fine. Unfortunately, just sticks. Sometimes I think you can get a sapling out of that. I'm not actually 100% sure that's true, but I'm pretty sure I've seen saplings out of it. But yeah, we got a plan for next time. We know what we need to do to fix at least the back half of the machine. We do need to reconsider the entire mining side of it, though, because the machine that I built is not going to work because it drops crystals. Because these drop when they're unsupported, like that. So until I figure that out, we're going to also be kind of struggling. I mean, I can maybe do it with just, like, cover the floor in hoppers. That's an option. It's not a good option. I don't like that option, but we could just cover the whole floor in hoppers, put walls up around this part, and call it a day, and then put the old machine back in. Ugh. Well, we'll think about that some more. All right, thanks everyone for tuning in. If you are watching this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. I don't really have a regular day for this particular mod pack at the moment, but if people express interest, I can certainly find a time in my schedule to make it a regular thing. And if you like complicated modded Minecraft, my other YouTube channel has a GregTech New Horizons series that I'm working on, so go check that out. I think that's about it for plugging my stuff. Thanks again, everyone, for watching, and I'll see you next time.